review. Novak Djokovic, the number 3 seed, heading into RG. We have discussed Nadal's withdrawal in our previous episode. There is some additional Nadal news. He pulled out of Wimbledon, and we are going to touch on Rafa at the very end of this. We will also discuss Novak Djokovic's major contenders for the RG title, including Daniil Medvedev. Last time we spoke, he had 0 clay court titles to his name. And now he's got kind of a big one, the Rome Masters in 2020. On him before we delve into this draw, as he's failed to make the semifinals at all 3 clay events he's played in the lead up to the big one.
Not the best of prep for him. I mean, and I harp on this all the time about Roland Garros as the homework slam, and not quite as much as he or anyone who really cheers him on would have hoped for, but still reasonable.
Hey, thanks. Hi. Hey, you guys. I wasn't going to come on today, but Hey, Matt K. Happy Friday. Yeah, the birds are singing. I just heard the stock's at 75 cents, so I figure I better come on. I wasn't going to, though, because we're running out of things to say. Let me just look where it's trading. Good day. You get so much listening to me. I don't know. I think 89 was the low of the day. Somebody just told me it was 75 cents. Let me look. Let me just look. They were pulling my leg, maybe. Yeah, it's 95 cents. 95 cents. So, I guess I didn't have to come on. How are you guys? Low in the day, 89 cents. Look at my cup. Failure is not an option. See? But the cup itself is failing. I don't know what you can get from me other than agitation sometimes. I don't know. Failure is always an option. Well, what do they say about failure? Something about if you keep getting up, you don't fail or something. What's my prediction? My prediction? Richard in New England. My prediction is pain. Pain. Now, I think what's happening with GTII, there's several trolls or whatever you call these people that live their life ganging up and stealing money with you. They gang up with the Kramers and the John Hurries of the world, but several of them are saying, well, two of them. There's 2 separate ones. One is this, anyway, I won't give you their names. But they're saying that GTII doesn't deserve to be trading here. It should be, one guy said 5 cents, the other guy said didn't give a target. Well, let me just ask you something. If you wanted to short GTII right now, could you? The answer is no. Why do the criminals have access to institutional level excuses for failure to deliver so they can crime? It's inexcusable. I I think the answer is to remove the over-the-counter market from the SEC, from Goldman Sachs / Gary Gensler, and just have a plain vanilla over-the-counter market. You don't have cash in your account, you can't buy the stock. You don't have stock in your account, you can't sell it. Boom. That's it. Over-the-counter market, plain vanilla. Back the way it used to be. Why do they need these strategies? And these two jerks are saying the stock isn't worth that much, and therefore they're selling it down. But this is a consequence of their selling it down. They destroy every deal the company's going to do by destroying the stock price. They dilute the per share value of stocks by counterfeiting shares. And then they have the audacity to say the stock's not worth anything after they kill it. Now, anyway, what my prediction on GTII is they have 350 million shares counterfeit. They're trying to get people to sell. Nobody's selling. I think at this point, I told you several times over the last, I don't know, 2 or 3 weeks, that if you wanted to get out, and I'm not deflecting it on you, by the way. I'm just saying what I said then was the volumes there, get out, and it might go lower. You know, I'm going to be kicking myself that I didn't get out at 150 and I can buy at 90 or whatever. But you know what I feel like now? Now, I think, and I might have said this at 160, but now I think it's too late to sell. Sure, maybe they get it back. Maybe they drive it down to 45 cents. I don't know. Anything can happen in the short run. But I think these things they're doing, number one, they're trying to help each other take money out of the market by thievery corporation. They're thieving, and they have the gumption to say that they're protecting you. Come on, they're thieving. Two, it may be some of these smaller shorts just trying to save their accounts so they can kill other companies. But no one's going to want to stay very long shorting GTII at 90 cents, counterfeiting. They might make 40, 50 cents if it goes down. And in return, the stock's been at $8.97 in a heartbeat before. And that's their clear risk reward. Make 40 cents, lose $8 in the short run. I think these are signs of desperation. They're doing it out in the open. Gary Gensler allows it because he is complicit. It benefits Goldman Sachs. I don't have a nice thing to say about Gary Gensler. It's possible, though, that he's afraid to do anything because the whole system is fraught with risk because of the counterfeiting that's been going on by the higher-ups at Goldman, J.P. Morgan, Morgan Stanley, the rest of them. These guys on Wall Street are organized thieves. Organized thieves. Not all of them. Everyone I know and I worked with was honest, except for, even the dishonest ones were likable sorts. But these are a whole different generation of separation of emotion from criminality. Line Phantom, what reason did the CRTD CEO give for saying the counterfeit share narrative in GTII was fabricated? That's the first time I've heard that, Line Phantom. Well, Bree, no, Z9. My reaction to I just found, just reading from you, that the deal with Saudi Arabia is $10 billion. I would say to you that's not a lot of money in that field of. Let me say it differently. If their technology is as good as it looks like, 10 billion is going to be a drop in the bucket. They could make a lot of money. How is the 10 billion paid? Is it a promise? Is it upfront? Is it dribbled out over time? Mullen is under attack by short sellers, and you've got to understand that what Gary Gensler wants to protect is Goldman Sachs. He doesn't want to protect you. That's why he's going after the cryptocurrencies, because decentralized finance is a threat to these mega banks whose only source of income is chopping money off of every dollar you spend, every dollar you borrow, every dollar you invest. They just charge fees. And in terms of the over-the-counter market, Gary Gensler doesn't want the over-the-counter market to be a viable source of capital for companies, because he wants companies to come through his daisy chain that goes up through Goldman Sachs, so that the next Facebook, they start at the bottom and they reap all the rewards and fees all the way up. They would never let Apple Computer be founded in a garage anymore. They're going to destroy every over-the-counter company as long as a captured bureaucrat like Gary Gensler, a self-interested man like Gary Gensler, is in charge of the SEC. The over-the-counter markets will always be under attack. And so anyway, with MULN, I think the financing is the rub. And if I'd have to study it. And I haven't. So you're catching me answering a question that I don't. I'd have to look at it. But if the financing contemplates the issuance of many more tranches and tens or hundreds of millions of shares in return for a relatively small amount of money, then the MULN is on a hamster wheel to race ahead of the destruction that these faux financiers, these thieves, come and offer the CEO money, and they're just going to destroy the company. So it goes back to what I've said over and over and over and over again. If you can't define the denominator, you don't know what the per share earnings are, the per share expenses are. You don't know any of that. And so I don't care how good the contract is out of Saudi Arabia. If that financing can flood the market, the financing itself just protects against a contract like $10 billion out of the kingdom. The stock runs up, they start crushing it down because of the financing. And I got to study that again, but my memory is that was a bad financing. In terms of the contract from MULN from the kingdom, that's a good start. And I would say the one thing that MULN has going for it, but I'll have to read the news release to give you a better answer. But the one thing MULN has going for it is if they can hit the lottery on a bunch of these contracts and the revenue outstrips the criminals' activity, well, then MULN can go in and try to pay off that note. The criminals will still crime. Look at what they're doing to Finger through the criminal organization called The Lynn Partners, New York City. They're going to continue to crime, but if the revenues start coming in, just flooding in, they can start buying stock back in the market. They can recapitalize their company. There's all sorts of opportunities. But don't get excited by the news in any of these stocks, including GTII. The problem is the criminals are just selling stock that doesn't exist. And Reg Show, I'll read it to you. This is from the SEC website. What is Reg Show? I'll just read you some things. There's many points, so I'm going to skip around. I'm not going to try to do it in any order. Okay. Compliance with Regulation Show began on January 3, 2005. This is from the SEC website. Reg Show was adopted to update short sale regulation in light of numerous market developments since short sale regulation was first adopted in 1938, and since short sale regulation, and to address concerns regarding persistent failures to deliver and potentially abusive naked short selling. Potentially. It's not abusive. It's good. I mean, it protects you. These guys are just there to protect you. That's what they're there for. Attributable to continued concerns about failures to deliver and to promote market stability and preserve investor confidence, the Commission has amended Reg Show several times since 2005 to eliminate certain exemptions, strengthen certain requirements, and reintroduce the price test restriction. As initially adopted, Regulation Show included two major exceptions to the closeout requirement. In other words, we're going to close out the trade because you didn't deliver the shares. The quote-unquote grandfather provision and the quote-unquote options market maker exception, attributable to continued concerns about failures to deliver and the fact that the Commission continued to observe certain securities with failure to deliver positions that were not being closed out under the existing requirements. In 2007, the Commission eliminated the grandfather provision, and in 2000, the Commission eliminated the options market maker exception. You notice the difference? Have you noticed the difference? This is a crack SEC team. They're on the job. In addition, the Commission adopted temporary Rule 204T in 2008 and the final Rule 204 in 2009, which strengthened further the closeout requirements of Regulation Show by applying closeout requirements to failures to deliver resulting from sales of all equity securities and reducing the time frame within which failures to deliver must be closed out. This is from the SEC. In 2010, the Commission adopted Rule 201 of Regulation Show. Rule 2001 restricts the price at which short sales may be effected when a stock has experienced significant downward price pressure. Do you notice that? Do you notice any of these guidelines having any effect at all? Rule 201 is designed to prevent, it's just designed to obfuscate. Anyway, 201 designed to prevent short selling. Really? Including potentially manipulative or abusive short selling. Really? From driving down further the price of a security that has already experienced a significant intraday price decline, and to facilitate the ability of long sellers to sell first upon such a decline. Really? Regulations shows 4 general requirements are summarized below. Rule 200, marking requirements. Rule 200 requires that orders you place with your broker-dealer must be marked long, short, or short exempt. Rule 201, short sale price test circuit breaker, generally requires trading centers to establish, maintain, and enforce written policies and procedures which are reasonably designed to prevent the execution or display of a short sale at an impermissible price. Have you noticed any impermissible prices? When a stock has triggered a circuit breaker by experiencing a price decline of at least 10% in one day. Have you noticed in the over-the-counter market that there's any stopping at 10%? These are Gary Gensler's rules. They're not my rules. You think I'm being unfair to him? Once the circuit breaker in Rule 201 has been triggered, the price test restriction will apply to short sale orders in that security for the remainder of the day. Well, you've got that going for you. And the following day, unless an exemption applies. The Gary Gensler exemption. Let's go after Kim Kardashian's rear end. Rule 203, B, 1 and 2. Locate requirement. Regulation show requires a broker-dealer to have reasonable grounds to believe that the security can be borrowed so that it can be delivered on the date delivery is due before effecting a short sale in any equity security. This locate must be made and documented prior to effecting the short sale. You know what Gary Gensler's Goldman Sachs invented? The F3 button. So when there's high volume, high frequency trading, just hit the F3 and the market maker goes, oh, they're going to locate it. I'll take the order. That's Gary Gensler. I don't know all the words that begin with G, greaseball, goofy, greedy, glad-handing. But someday they're going to add Gensler to the dictionary, and it's going to describe somebody that only operates in his own self-interest and in the interest of Goldman Sachs. And he violates his oath every single day by showing up to the office. He's either dumb, lazy, ignorant, or complicit. I don't think his daughters want to think he's lazy. I don't think his daughters want to think that he's dumb. They'll probably fall on the side that he just didn't know better, that he was ignorant. Me, I think he's complicit. He has a chance to prove me wrong. Just enforce Reg Show. Just enforce securities laws. And then I'm wrong. So this locate must be made and documented prior to effecting the short sale. Well, remember, Goldman Sachs invented the F3 button to elide this rule. Rule 204, closeout requirement. Rule 204 requires brokers and dealers that are participants of a registered clearing agency, that's your broker-dealers, to take action to close out failure to deliver positions. And that's what exists in all of your accounts with Goldman Sachs. And those RICO criminals that are trying to convince everyone the stock should be worth space less, there's a huge failure to deliver problem. Listen to this. Rule 204, closeout requirement. Rule 204 requires brokers and dealers who are participants of a registered clearing agent to take action to close out failure to deliver positions. Have any of your brokers taken that action? So your broker-dealers are violating Rule 204 in the books. And guess who? Goober Gensler doesn't enforce these laws. But he wants to add to his plate Lindsay Lohan and Kim Kardashian and every cryptocurrency, because they're doing such a good job enforcing the rules on the books already. Take the over-the-counter markets away from Goober Gary Gensler. Take them away. Rule 204, closeout requirement. Rule 204 requires brokers and dealers that are participants of a registered clearing agency to take action to close out failure to deliver position. Closing out requires the broker or dealer to purchase or borrow securities of like kind and quantity. The participant must close out a failure to deliver for a short sale transaction by no later than the beginning of regular trading hours on the settlement day following the settlement date. The next day. If you don't settle your short, they got to buy it in the next day. Have any of your brokers done that? Did they do it with MMTLP? Does Gary Gensler enforce this rule? Am I being unfair to call him complicit? It's a rule right on his website. He's got 4,500 people working for him. He's got computers. He's got a massive budget. And he's got time to check out Kim Kardashian's rear end. Come on, the guy is complicit. He's getting paid to look the other way. The promise is a job at Goldman Sachs. Mark my words. If a participant has a failure to deliver that the participant can demonstrate on its books and records resulted from a long sale, or that is attributed to a bona fide market-making activities, there's that excuse. The participant must close out the failure to deliver by no later than the beginning of regular trading hours on the third consecutive settlement day following the settlement date. It's right here. It's SEC. You don't think Gary Gensler's complicit? Maybe he can't read English. He went to an Ivy League school, but yeah, maybe he's just dumber than a brick. If the position is not closed out, the broker or dealer and any broker or dealer for which it clears transactions, for example, an introducing broker, may not effect further short sales in that security without borrowing or entering into a bona fide agreement to borrow the security. This is known as pre-borrowing requirement. Pre-borrowing requirement. Until the broker or dealer purchases shares to close out the position and the purchase clears and settles. In addition, Rule 203b3 of Regulation Show requires that participants of a registered clearing agency must immediately purchase shares to close out failures to deliver in securities with large and persistent failures to deliver. Must immediately purchase shares to close out failures to deliver in securities with large and persistent failures to deliver, referred to as threshold securities. If the failures to deliver persist for 13 consecutive settlement days. 13 consecutive settlement days. Do you notice Gary Gensler doing anything? Anything at all? Threshold securities are equity securities that have an aggregate fail to deliver position for 5 consecutive settlement days at a registered clearing agency, e.g. National Securities Clearing Corporation. Remember, they came out and said that there was a large naked position of GTII at Alpine, totaling 10,000 shares or more. 10,000 shares or more. Is Gensler enforcing this rule? I don't think so. Does it make him criminal? He's either criminal, stupid, ignorant, or lazy. I mean, he could be captured, and if in the modern world being bribed and bought out might be legal now. It's accepted policy. To me, it's criminal. And equal to at least 0.5% of the issuer's total shares outstanding. Is he enforcing that rule? Is Gary Gensler enforcing this rule? Mr. Chairman, point of order. As provided in Rule 203 of Regulation Show, threshold securities are included on a list disseminated by the Bill Clinton self-regulatory organization. Although, someday in the history, when we stop lauding Bill Clinton, history's going to recognize that that guy put things into place that no Republican was able to get past. Although as a result of compliance with Rule 204, generally, a participant's failed to deliver positions will not remain for 13 consecutive settlement days if, for whatever reason, a participant of a registered clearing agency has a failed to deliver position at a registered clearing agency in a threshold security for 13 consecutive days. The requirement to close out such a position under Rule 203b3 remains in effect. Do you notice Gary Gensler following this rule? Maybe the buck doesn't stop at his desk. Maybe it stops at the intern who could read this. An intern going to GW University could read this and understand it. Okay. Quote, broker-dealers engaged in bona fide market-making activities are exempted from having to borrow or arrange to borrow shares due to their potential need to facilitate customer orders in fast-moving markets without possible delays associated with complying with Reg Show. For instance, they may be required by their market-making obligations to sell short in situations where it may be difficult to quickly locate and borrow securities. However, this exemption is limited. For example, bona fide market making does not include activity that is related to speculative selling strategies or investment purposes of the broker-dealer, or that is disproportionate to the usual market-making patterns or practices of the broker-dealer in that security. Nor do bona fide market-making activities include transactions where a market maker posts continually at or near the best offer, but does not also post at or near the best bid. Sound familiar? Does Gary Gensler enforce this rule? Is Gary Gensler dumb, lazy, ignorant, or is he complicit? I'll leave it up to you to decide. I know my opinion. Further, bona fide market making does not include transactions where a market maker enters into an arrangement with another broker-dealer or customer in an attempt to use the market maker's exemption for the purpose of avoiding compliance with the locate requirement in Regulation Show by the other broker-dealer or customer. Does Gary Gensler look the other way? Is Gary Gensler complicit? Is Gary Gensler stupid? Does Gary Gensler have a reading comprehension of a 5-year-old? Is Gary Gensler conflicted? Almost certainly. Do those conflicts make him unqualified to run the SEC? Almost certainly. Take the over-the-counter markets away from the SEC. Plain vanilla. Cash on the barrelhead to buy. Securities on the barrelhead to sell. Over-the-counter markets. You don't need all these sophisticated market-making activities in stocks that Fidelity doesn't buy, Templeton Funds doesn't buy, Milan doesn't buy, institution after institution doesn't buy stocks under $10. Whole armies of brokers aren't allowed to recommend stocks under $7, $8, $9, $10. So you don't need this high-speed crap that Ken Griffin does. You don't need it in the over-the-counter market. And then they have all these criminal market makers that don't have bids. They only sell. The only liquidity they provide is on the way down. Take the over-the-counter markets away from Gary Gensler. Take them, if he's not willing to implement these rules, take them away from the SEC. Put the over-the-counter markets under a new organization. Charge the criminals for the taxes they haven't paid. Fund it that way. Put an honest woman in charge. And make it all plain vanilla. Cash to buy, securities to sell. That's it. No other exemption. And if you need time, prepare your work in advance. If you need time before you sell a stock, you got plenty of time. If you need cash before you buy a stock, you got plenty of time to gather your cash. Take the over-the-counter markets back from the corrupt Goldman Sachs-led SEC. Settlement day. Do you know what settlement day means? any business day on which deliveries of securities and payments of money may be made through the facilities of a registered clearing agency. Selling stock short without this is SEC. Selling stock short without having located stock for delivery at settlement, period. This activity would violate Regulation Show. What activity would violate Regulation Show? Secretary Honorable Mr. Goober Gensler? Selling stock short without having located stock for delivery at settlement. In GTII, there is no stock available to borrow of any significant quantity, and there's no stock for sale. So Goldman Sachs, Gary Gensler, this activity would violate Regulation Show. Selling stock short without having located stock for delivery at settlement. Does Gary Gensler, is he able to comprehend this? Is it difficult for you to understand? Truck drivers, nurses, real estate agents, mortgage bankers, pilots, construction workers, entrepreneurs. Is this hard for you to understand? Because the head of the SEC either doesn't understand this. This activity would violate Regulation Show. Selling stock short without having located stock for delivery at settlement. He either can't read this, or he's so weaselly. Well, like he said before Congress, we'll just do whatever the courts allow us to do, is what he said. That's weasel words. Weasel words. He's a mouse, not a man. There's an exception here. Except for short sales by market makers engaged in bona fide market making activities. Are any of the market makers engaged in bona fide market making activity? Are any of the market makers in GTII real market makers? Is Gary Gensler curious enough to find out? Or is he complicit in the crime? Market makers engaged in bona fide market making activities do not have to locate stock before selling short, because the Holy Grail, they need to be able to provide liquidity. Market makers, however, are not accepted from Regulation Show's closeout and pre-borrow requirements. Let's just go back up here. Let's just read this again. Bona fide market making does not include activity that is related to speculative selling strategies or investment purposes of the broker-dealer, or that is disproportionate to the usual market-making patterns or practices of the broker-dealer in that security. Is Gary Gensler a dimwit? Is he ignorant of these laws? Hi, how are you? Hi. Is he ignorant of these laws? Is he just lazy? He checks out Kim Kardashian's newest swimsuit edition when he goes to work? Or is he bought out? Is he complicit? Is Gary Gensler criminally complicit in aiding in the destruction of your companies, your wealth, your jobs, your futures? But remember, Trump is odious. So this is better than having an odious president. Okay, this is illegal. Selling stock short and failing to deliver shares at the time of settlement. That's illegal. Rule 204 requires firms that clear and settle trades to deliver securities to a registered clearing agency for clearance and settlement on a long or short sale in any equity security by the settlement date, or to take action to close out failures to deliver by borrowing or purchasing securities of a like kind and quantity by no later than the beginning of regular trading hours on the settlement date following the settlement date for the short sale fails, or no later than at the beginning of trading hours on the third settlement day following the settlement date for long sale fails, and fails attributed to bona fide market making closeout date. If a firm that clears and settles trades has a failure to deliver which is not closed out by the beginning of regular trading hours on the applicable closeout date, the firm has violated Rule 204. And the firm and any broker-dealer from which it receives trades for clearance and settlement is subject to the pre-borrow requirement for that security. Selling stock short without having located stock for delivery at settlement and failing to deliver shares at the time of settlement. This activity may, weasel words, may violate regulation shows locate and closeout requirements as explained above. In addition, in the fall of 2008, the Commission adopted Rule 10BAC21, referred to as the Naked Short Selling Anti-Fraud Rule. Those who deceive about their intention or ability to deliver securities in time for settlement are committing fraud in violation of Rule 10B-21 when they fail to deliver securities by the settlement date. Was that hard to understand? Is Gary Gensler just functionally stupid? Is he lazy? Is he ignorant of his own SEC rules? Or is he criminally complicit in the fraud that he allows to occur in the U.S. securities markets? Take the over-the-counter markets away from Gary Gensler and the SEC and away from Goldman Sachs' corruption. Selling stock short and failing to deliver shares at the time of settlement with the purpose of driving down the security's price is illegal. This manipulative activity in general would violate various securities laws, including Rule 10B-5 under the Exchange Act. That's the Exchange Act of 1933. Does Gary Gensler know these rules? Is Gary Gensler competent? or is he complicit? Then they go on. Is naked short selling the reason my stock has lost value? Well, speculative stocks such as microcap stocks often have a high probability of declining in value because Gary Gensler allows unlimited selling of counterfeit shares. There may be instances where company insiders pay a promoter to make false and misleading excuses. Isn't it interesting? Finally, in paragraph 6, naked short selling, however, can have negative effects on the market. Fraudsters may use naked short selling as a tool to manipulate the market. Market manipulation is illegal. You see it every day. Every day you see it in GTII. Every single day. Is Gary Gensler unaware of these rules, ignorant of these rules? Is Gary Gensler a mouse, not a man? He has no backbone? Is he lazy? Is he stupid? Or what's the most logical conclusion? He's captured. He's complicit. And he's either paid off now or in the future for helping Goldman Sachs et al. Make a fortune stealing money from you. Regulation show is intended to reduce the number of potential failures to deliver and limit the time in which a broker can permit a failure to deliver to persist. Really? Really? So just to be fair, here are there are many justifiable reasons why broker-dealers do not or cannot deliver securities on settlement date. A broker-dealer may experience a problem that is either unanticipated or is out of its control, such as 1. Delays in customers delivering their shares to the broker-dealer. 2. The inability to obtain borrowed shares in time for settlement. 3. Issues related to the physical transfer of securities. Or 4. The failure of a broker-dealer to receive shares it had purchased to fill its delivery obligations. Take the over-the-counter markets away from Gary Gensler. All 4 of those, you can't buy stock unless your cash is delivered to the broker-dealer. In the over-the-counter markets, just make it vice versa. You can't buy without cash. You can't sell without your stock in the account. You have no problem. Well, there it goes on from there. Regulations show requires firms that clear and settle trades to take action to close out failures to deliver by borrowing or purchasing securities of the like kind and quantity. It's incredible to me. Absolutely incredible to me. You can go to the website and read more because it goes on and on and on. Does NSCC's stock borrow program create counterfeit shares NSCC's stock borrow program, as approved by the Commission, permits NSCC to borrow securities from its participants for the purpose of completing settlements only if participants have made these securities available to NSCC for this purpose, and these securities are on deposit in the participant's account at DTC. So that's a long answer to your question on MULN. But my view is that MULN is under short attack and will continue to be so as long as that financing is outstanding. And one $10 billion order is not going to change that fact. We closed at, let me look for Jack. Let me see what we closed at. Let me see what we closed at. 93.99. 0.9399. It shows a bid of 90 cents and an ask. It closed on the ask of 0.9399. The volume was 623,000 shares. And that's how it closed. That's basically how it closed. Moody Waters. Moody Waters. Well, let's not call Gary Gensler Mr. Burns. Although, now that you mention it, I don't see that. I suppose he bears a little bit of a...
So recycling is our way of giving Mother Earth a great big hug.
Yes, well, it does sound like fun. I can't wait to start pawing through my garbage like some starving raccoon. Release the hounds. Well, neighbor, I see you've got...
Release the hounds. All right, so I wasted a half hour of your life, as one of you pointed out, that you can never get back again. But I really feel like the issue with GTII and with MMTLP and with Finger and with MULN, and you can go down the line, is that Gary Gensler doesn't enforce the laws. And he's paid to enforce the laws. He took an oath to enforce the laws. It's his job. He's either unqualified or complicit. There's not very many choices in between. Hey, Ken. Yeah, I don't know what... Grifty. I like Grifty. Moody, I like that. Grifty Gary. Gary the Grifter. Yeah, be careful of some of these other stocks. I like that. I like that. Grifty. Like Shifty Shift. Grifty Gary. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. Well, I like LGIQ, and look, I'm not saying don't invest in other stocks. I would just, the one pattern that I don't like, and I hate it in my own trading, is if you just move from one to the next to the next to the next, that's a losing strategy. You have to either trust someone's reasoning, understand why you're doing it. They have to have a reason. And yeah, I very much like LGIQ. I very much like GoLogic. GoLogic, small cap just put up a post today about GoLogic, small cap investing. GoLogic, letter of intent signed a week ago. The CEO moves fast, so maybe we hear very soon about closing this deal and its terms. And then for the growth plans this year and next. If similar to Logic's game plan, multiple paths to realizing gains. Stay tuned. So, yeah, I like those stocks. What was 70 cents last week, and now it's 27 cents? Let me see which one you're talking about. Logic is 27 cents, almost 28 cents on the close. 27 to 28 cents. I don't think it was as high as you're saying last week, but let me look. It's obviously disappointing if you're trying to sell it. But it's a great price to buy it. They have the same problem every other stock in the market has of my computer is so slow, my phone is so slow, of short selling. And I just get so bored of bringing it up because it's unfair to you. But in Gary Gensler's world, it's okay. So here, you said it was 75 cents last week. I don't think you're right. In the sort of May 10th range, no, May 8th, it was 75 cents on May 8th. But right now it's 28 cents. So, and last week it was as high as 38 cents. The week prior to that, depending on how May 8th falls into that week, it was higher. But 28 cents. With Logic, you're going to get the de-SPACed Data Logic, and then you're going to get Logic buying another company. The combined value of that is around $2 a share. So from here, that's a pretty nice move. GoLogic, I think, could, yeah, Crossbone, 69 cents. I think you're right about that on May 8th, yeah. But anyway, you're making the same basic point. GoLogic is going by, if this press release is correct, I'll read it to you. It's very short. Announced that the company has advanced to late-stage discussions and has signed a non-binding letter of intent with a NASDAQ-listed company. So it's going to go into a NASDAQ company. But I guess my answer to your question would be how they structure that. Obviously, if GoLogic is going into a publicly traded NASDAQ company, they're not transferring GoLogic in there. They're just transferring assets of some kind. And I guess that would be either their assets under management, financial assets under management, or their fintech, just using a broad term that I barely understand, but their fintech assets. One or the other. I don't think they'd put both into it. So then that would leave, if this happens, that would leave GoLogic as a separate company with whatever the residual assets are. And then it becomes, what do you do with it? Well, my guess is that they'll follow the exact same path that Logic is, and they'll acquire another company. I have no, I'm speculating here. I don't know. But if it's a company that's private and is big, that would cause a short squeeze, because then you've got to deliver real shares. But I would say, depending on how the deal is struck, that the shorts may be able to hedge playing one part of that trade. I don't know. So yes, my answer is yes, it could squeeze, but I'd keep an eye out just in case the shorts have a strategy that it doesn't. But right now you've only got 1,000,001 shares outstanding in the float. Of GoLogic. You got 900,000 that are closely held, and so you've got about 200,000 at the most in the realistic public float, and you've got a naked short position of 350,000 shares. So that's a huge imbalance. But this strategy is a little bit different, it looks like, than the one Brent mentioned on the last call we had. So, yes, I would say it still has a chance that it can squeeze. But there are some moving parts there, so I would also say that I don't know what percentage to give it, but I would say that there are at least some odds that the shorts can manipulate their ways out of this squeeze. So it just needs more information, more watching. But yes, it could still happen. I like that, PNW Texan. It is our responsibility. You're right. Well, like you said, $2. Who would want to sell? Well, Lewis, I tried to answer that, but yeah, I think if Logic goes to $2, there'll be some selling. I think if GoLogic were to go to $5 or $10, there'd be some selling. But I think the time frame you're looking at with Logic used to be May, June, and maybe that's why the stock is down right now. But I think now it's June, July. And that's what Brent said on the last call he had with everybody that listened. So I think it's about a month away, 6 weeks away for that de-SPACing. And it could get really excited by then. Yeah, I did that too. I bought GOLQ to buy more GTII. And I don't even know where GOLQ closed. I did the same thing. Okay, that's not going to give me a chart of it. Let me go to Yahoo. I just want to see where it closed. Wow, 165. That is a great price too. Damn. It's just so frustrating. They all go down at the same time. That is an amazing price for GoLogic. Amazing. Absolutely amazing price. I think GTII is cheap. GoLogic's cheap. Logic's cheap. Absolutely amazing. And Finger, let's look at Finger. Matthew, it did just show up in your account, HNRC. So Matthew, what does it say? It says WDHI. Does it give? It obviously doesn't give you a value. That's great. That's supposed to be worth out of the gate $1.75. Nick Jeff, oh, let me look at Finger. These criminals keep that 151. I can't believe that. I cannot believe that. 151. Absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. This company, I mean, for those people that say, well, GTII doesn't have much right now, Finger has everything. They have the nuts. They have big data. They have big insurance contracts. They're one of 3 companies licensed to do the top-up minutes and top-up video business in China. And they have this thing, Sapentius, which is a way of using the big data to get contracts. And they also have this kind of warranty business they're getting into. But and then they announced that deal with that company that's a Netflix of Southeast Asia, 100 million users for videos on mobile phones and iPads. And revenues are growing steadily without risk. No risk in those revenues. And they crush the stock. It's just unbelievable. All right, so Pete the Greek, you got, wow, 25,000. That's awesome. So Pete, if the starting price is correct, I think he's going to have it as restricted shares initially. The starting price, the WDHI, it has AI companies and other things in it. They used a terminology I think they said acquisition cost, but I might be not remembering exactly. But basically, they were using the value, sort of a historic value of those assets. Maybe it's what they paid for them. My point being, it's possible that they're worth more than that $1.75. But so that's $43,000 worth of stock just put in your account if their valuation is correct. Obviously, it could go down from there, but I would argue it also could go up from there. It's pretty interesting. If they leave it restricted, I'm happy with that because maybe it will get that higher valuation. Well, it's $3.50. Sorry, Pete the Greek. It is $3.50 a share, but I meant per your shares. Oh, wait a minute. Am I getting lost in my thoughts, Pete? You had 50,000 shares, right? You had 50,000 shares, so it's worth $175 per your 50,000 shares, but it's worth $3.50 for your 25,000 shares. So, all right. You just corrected me. I hope I'm being. Is that possible? Yeah, if you had 100,000 shares of the stock, you would have gotten 175,000. Yeah, that's right. So you have 87,000 value of that distribution. That's amazing, Pete, the Greek. So there you sit, brokenhearted. Well, I hope your heart gets unbroken. So you're right, Pete the Greek. That was a stupid mistake I made. So it is 350 for the shares you have. You're absolutely right. The 175 is because you got one share for two. You're absolutely right. It's 350 a share. That's awesome. Good for you. Good for you. Cheers. Nick Jeff, you think we will settle on MMTLP in June? No. No. But I think, Nick, it's possible they'll announce a settlement. I think, I don't know. I mean, so little information, so much speculation here, but they, I think, are going to want to put forth to the judge a plan of action, and I think you'll see that kind of announcement. But it's going to need approvals. Look, basically, you're going through a court process. There's several different classes of securities holders, if you can compare it. And I'm not a lawyer. I don't know if you can compare it this way to a bankruptcy hearing or process. So you're going to have to get from these various classes of securities votes. And then you've got so many players. You got the broker dealers, the criminals, the other lawyers. Anyway, no, I don't think it's going to get done in June. But you could get an announcement of a plan of this is what we intend to do. That I think you could see. What do I think? What do I Tony K about the MMTLP postman until next week? Pete, that's great. As you write that, I'm not aware of that postponement, and I'm getting confused with the Alpine thing. I don't know what postponement that is, and I'm sure as soon as you write it down, I'll go, oh, that one. But it's not my brain isn't. Well, Line Phantom, while you're getting your heart unbroken, I'll just disagree with your comment. It's Alpine. Okay. Lack of staffing. Yeah, staff this, pal. Staff this, pal. Lack of staffing. Lack of staffing. That sounds like the excuse the auditor didn't finish. All right, Line Phantom. My sense of humor isn't always the best. Oh, it was delayed because of the debt talks. All right, okay. Oh, all right, I got you. I knew I would know what you were talking about. John and West Christian were going to meet with Congress today. I got you. And then they're supposedly they're doing the debt negotiations over this long weekend. That makes sense. It'll be next week. I don't think that'll change. I don't think that'll change anything. And in fact, I guess my reaction would be that it'd be better for them to meet with the Finance Committee after the debt negotiations are completed, because they'll have the full attention of the committee members. That would be my reaction. All right, Line Phantom, I know it was a joke. How do you know I wasn't joking? Oh, what are my thoughts on GTII today? Well, MKC, I think it was okay volume, not enormous. Probably mostly fake. They did try to drive it down. It's the Friday before the 3-day weekend. So there's the tension between they want to drive it down to make everyone nervous, and then they don't want to be short. The new ones anyway, the underfunded ones, the opportunistic shorts, don't want to be short over a 3-day weekend, particularly when Alpine's on the verge of being, I want to say delisted. That's not the right word. Dethroned? I can't think of the word. Anyway, expelled. So, yeah, I guess my thoughts today on GTII are pretty similar to what I've had all along. I think the fact that the stock ended up, let me see where it opened. Pete the Greek, that's a great trade. I'm very impressed for you, my man. $87,000 worth of stock. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. Not too shabby. All right, so it closed at $93.99, which I just read to you. So you're wondering, why didn't I remember that? I don't know why I didn't remember. All right, so it opened at 91 cents. It was as low as 89 cents. But it closed at almost 94 cents. It's not bad. It's not bad action today. 623,000, pretty low volume, even though most of it's fake, compared to recent times. I would say it was a decent day for GTII. They were unable to get it lower. Yeah, I would say it's a pretty decent day for GTII. Yeah, good for you, Pete the Greek. Yeah, it's up 3 cents. Do I think we'll get the blue sheets in June? Well, I think this lawyer, Mark Belial, has done a great job going after the blue sheets for MMTLP and other attorneys and other people. But I'm just impressed with his filing for administrative action, something like that. Yes, I think you'll see the blue sheets in June unless they come up with a plan that the judge goes, oh, in other words, they could say something like, Judge, Your Honor, your offer, Your Honor, we propose this, and this, and in order to implement it, we're going to have to do this, and this, and therefore we ask for 6 more weeks. And if she buys it, they might delay it. The system doesn't want to show you those blue sheets. Pete the Greek. Settlement number coming. I hate to say it. I think it will be $65 a share. Why do you say that? Why do you say 3 things, Pete the Greek? 1, why do you say settlement number coming? Which I think that's great. And why do you hate to say it? That's my second question. And why do you say it's $65 is my third question. Because MFN, what is your favorite time of day to make a baby? A baby. Well, Hey, Matthew Parker. I hope you got some too. I got that idea from somebody on the call list, but then I just followed it after that, and well, Diego, I'm not sure, Diego, that someone will pick up the liability for Alpine, because just to use an analogy in the news, when Republic Bank went down, when SVB Bank went down, in the case of SVB, I think it was that one, but maybe it's the other one. JP Morgan got $15 billion from you, $15 billion, to get the good assets, and then the bad assets stayed with you, the taxpayer. And that's what will happen here with Alpine. I thought they would move the so-called good assets over to a new prime broker. But Ham explained to me nobody will even go close to anything with Alpine. So they'll give a certain amount of time, and that might be what's going on right now. They'll give a certain amount of time to close out your positions. If you have good stock positions at Alpine, maybe you're given 2 weeks, 4 weeks to move them to your other accounts. If you have cash balances, maybe you're given time to just transfer them out. And if you have short positions, you'll have to close them out or transfer them out. And I just don't see anybody. Let's just do a thought experiment on GTII. Let's assume Kurt Kramer did all of his business at Alpine, which is unlikely. And let's assume he only had one LLC, which is unlikely. And let's assume he sold 250 million shares of GTII as counterfeit with nothing offsetting it. And let's say he got $1 a share, which is high. That means there's $250 million sitting at Alpine, which if Kurt Kramer wants, he has to close those positions. And I bet he's done that already, because he bragged just 2 weeks ago that he made a killing in GTII, I understand. So now comes the point. If he's taken all his money out through his various mechanisms, yet there's still let's call it 50 million shares of GTII sitting there naked, without enough money to offset. Remember, after the fees, after the commissions, and you're supposed to have $2.50 a share in the accounts. I don't know what the deal is that they have. Nobody's going to take the risk of that trade. No one's going to take the risk of that. They're just not. So I don't think anyone will take the liability of the trade. I should run for Congress. I don't think I could walk the halls. I'd rather be a senator or a I don't know. Daughter touched down in Cannes for the film festival. That's pretty cool, Frank. All right, I want to read his answers. Kahuna means elder. My kahuna. My kahuna. So anyway, Diego, that was a rambling answer, but I don't think anyone will take that liability at all. So Pete the Greek, 1, the mess is so big they will deflect. They can't allow this to explode. Screws us, but that's how you feel. Okay, that's why you're upset. GTII may be trying to get MMTLP instead of 1-800 Law Firm, and then merge with BYND to get into meatless products. Well, dude, I hope you enjoy what you're smoking. Nick Jeff, I will not take $65. We waited halt for dividend. All right, let's just go on with his answers. 2, listing this to trade will only give more visibility to the criminals. Why won't they close positions? Well, you didn't mention that they're listing it, Pete. I didn't know that. 65, because that's the intrinsic value of the land given nothing is officially proven. All right, so I don't, with GoLogic, there's a short position of 350,000 shares, and those shorts are in trouble. They're driving the stock down, and that's probably to manage the mark-to-market that happens at the end of the month. GoLogic has announced that they are going to merge into a NASDAQ company, assuming it goes through. And so I would anticipate that GoLogic is going to put its assets. Remember, GoLogic has fintech assets, and it has assets that it manages, that Gamma Ray acquisition and Nest Egg that were announced. I'm going to imagine that they'll pick one or the other to put into the NASDAQ company, and then GoLogic will remain as a publicly trading company. They were planning on getting it moved up to the NYSE. That will have whatever assets remain, and I would imagine would become an attractive vehicle for one of the many private companies that Brent gets to see that want liquidity. So I think you're going to very quickly see 2 things happen with GoLogic. One is a listing on the NASDAQ for some of the assets of GoLogic, and then secondly, the acquisition by the company GoLogic of some sort of company. I think all of that could be worth $5, $10 a share. But I don't know. I don't know the ratios of how they're going to do it. We have to just wait for announcements. I do know from what Brent said to everybody that they're moving as quickly as possible. But what happens, Joe, while the company does everything legally, the criminals short the stock without any risk, because Gary Gensler is either stupid, lazy, ignorant, or complicit. And he's certainly not qualified to run the SEC. My father isn't Fidel Castro. What happens if nobody takes Alpine? Your GTII shares are in your account, but your GTII shares are probably counterfeit, but that has nothing to do with Alpine. The responsibility for those shares is your broker dealer. What are you talking about it being traded? Look, if they don't take Alpine, those positions are going to be closed by buying in the shares. That's how broker-dealers are going to settle up with the fails to deliver. So it's good for your position. Yeah, I was watching Crazy World. I was watching a movie Very good movie, Lone Star. It's a very good movie. Last night with Chris Christopherson, and the town elders wanted to replace the sheriff with a new sheriff because they want to build a jail, one of these Bill Clinton jails, for-profit jails, prisons, and the first sheriff said, we don't need a new jail. But the second sheriff, he went along with the new jail, so that's why the town elders supported him. So you're right. If they look the other way, that might be the qualification. So I just want to see what Pete the Greek is saying about this publicly trading. Pete, Nextbridge should not trade. Just full stop. It should not trade. Maybe later on, when this is all behind us, sure, but it should not trade. Secondly, if Nextbridge is being bought by a public company, they should make sure there's a clean break from this nightmare before they sell. And then thirdly, MMTLP should not open up for trading for an extended period of time, if it does at all. If FINRA and the brokers allow this billion shares short to continue to corrupt price discovery and to corrupt the denominator and to corrupt the livelihood of these men and women in the Oro Grande, it'd be a crime. In terms, Pete, in terms of $65, that's not $1,000. It's not even my $100 minimum, but $65 would be a pretty good. It would be a pretty good settlement. Depending on the restrictions that are attached to it. I bet a lot of people would be happy with $65. I would have to say it would disappoint me in comparison to what I think the stock is worth, but you have to give up value to get value sometimes, and $65 isn't $650, but I'd have to give a long, hard thought to that number. That's it, Pete. I do not think they're ever going to let you have the short squeeze happen. They're just not going to happen. Well, I don't think Schwab probably can't do anything about it, Mike Rousseau, because they're just acquiring TD Ameritrade in toto. And I really think the computers are saying it's all okay because this is systemic. It's through every stock out there. What the bankers have done in their wisdom that you don't have is they've tried to turn the securities, U.S. security system into a fractional reserve banking analog. And it just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. All right, Dan A, I think. Dan A. With all these shenanigans in GTI, do you see me getting out at $68 range? No problem. Well, I don't. Oh, it's a John Sayles movie. Yeah, that was a great movie, Lone Star. Oh, Grace, I didn't know I was making a noise of swallowing in the mic. I apologize to you. I apologize. I'll sit back. My throat is really dry. And I'm an amateur at this, so I didn't realize that, Grace. I don't know. I don't know. Now I don't know. I'll stay. I'll stay back here. I'll talk from back here. Very funny. Does Gary Gensler care about Kim Kardashian being over the counter? Very funny. Maybe Pete, we could do a space call. Wow, you're going to go to the Indy 500? That sounds fun. I'm sorry about that, Grace. I'll lean back. I didn't know I was making that noise. Oh Lordy. Every which way I move, I lose. I don't see, Matt, I don't see what you're trying to show me. I don't see what you're trying to show me. I don't see it. Ginger ale would be great. Ginger tea would be good. Well, it's not. I think it's dry because of the pollen, maybe. But it's also because I went on so long. On Logic, let me just take a picture of this. I had a conference call before this call. I'm trying to sit back because now every time I swallow, I'm self-conscious. I'm never going to swallow the same way again. So on Logic, the record date that everyone was waiting for was meant to be May, end of May, with a June effective date of the June effective date of the SPAC, D-SPAC. Well, now it looks like it'll be June, July. So it's 30 days delay, and that brings disappointment in the stock price just because people don't want to wait 30 days. So anyway, that's one thing that's happened to Logic is everything is shifted out 30 days for this event. Now, I understand that the SEC came back with questions on is it the S4 or the S3? Oh, anyway, on the application, and they were just very perfunctory questions. The company's answering those questions, and so they'll send the answers back to the SEC. That's why the shift to June/July. So if you assume the SEC takes 2 weeks, let's assume the questions go back next week, and the SEC takes 2 weeks to say okay, or maybe 3. You're probably looking at the beginning of July for an effective date of the SPAC in Logic. So you have Logic, the stock, which I can't believe is so cheap. At 27 cents right now. 27 cents right now. That is going to be I don't know what word to use. I'll just say what it is. Data Logic will be merged into the SPAC. Let's say July 4th. I'm just picking this date. I don't know for sure. So you've got Logic, and let's just say the weekend of July 4th. Data Logic, which is a subsidiary of Logic, will be merged into the SPAC, Aubrey SPAC. So it's merged in. Let's look at that quickly. Data Logic. Data Logic is going to merge into, basically Logic. It's like two big planets colliding, and they're going to become a brand new planet with a moon spinning off, which will be the shell Logic. But Data Logic will go into Aubrey SPAC. I'm trying to sit back, Grace. And here is Aubrey SPAC. It's trading for $10.69 and has been for a long time. Let me see if there's a chart. There's no chart available, but it's trading at $10.69, Aubrey SPAC, okay? So this is going to go into $114 million worth at $10 a share. So let's adjust that. I don't know how to do it. I guess it's 11,400,000. That's how you do it. So it's going into $114 million worth of Aubrey SPAC, which is now worth 121. It's now worth 121,866.00 based on the closing price of Aubrey SPAC. But let's just go with that for now. Now I'm going to use Yahoo's numbers, and you're going to tell me I'm wrong to do that. So I'll listen to you, but I just don't want to take a long time doing this. Logic closed at 27 cents. Logic has 95 million shares outstanding, it says. So this has actually gone up. So it's probably accurate. 95 million shares outstanding. Okay, 95 million. So we won't use the 121. We'll use the 114. So this is going to give a lower number than I've given all along, but that's okay. I want to be conservative. Divided by 95. It's $1.20 a share. $1.20 a share. $1.20 a share is what my pen is leaking. So $1.20 a share. All right, you see the $1.20. I'm going to erase this now. So in the first week of July, Logic is going to go, the data logic portion is going to go into Aubrey SPAC at $1.20 a share valuation, and it's going to de-SPAC, and it's going to be a publicly traded company, probably called Data Logic, I guess. And my number's lower than I've used in the past. We'll stick with it. We'll stick with the lower number. That's $1.20. Okay? Well, that leaves Logic hanging out there as a shell. But it's not really a shell, because simultaneously they're going to be buying a private company. So Logic will continue to trade as Logic. Now, Brent on this call told you that they had a private company they were going to buy, that they let that deal expire because their new deal they're going to do is much bigger. And the previous deal was 50 cents a share. Much bigger. I don't know what that would be. Is that $1 a share? I'm going to say much bigger is at least 75 cents a share. So you're going to have 75 cents a share here. Equivalent. So you're going to have a publicly traded company out of the gate, Data Logic, after it's de-SPACed, and this is in beginning of July, $1.20. There'll be institutional buyers. This will be a company that is acquiring new technologies, new teams, and has a lot of deal flow. And they may have other deals lined up fairly quickly. But that'll start at $1.20. Remember, you're starting with 27 cents. This one will start at 75 cents, maybe more. It could be $1. But I'm just, the old one was 50 cents a share. I'm just going to bump it up because we know it's better. This is a private company that will suddenly become public under Logic, 75 cents. Now, even though GoLogic is trading down today, I don't think it will be trading down by this time, but we'll use the lower number. Logic owns 4.5 million shares of GoLogic, and I'll use $1.65. That's 7,400,000 divided by 95 million shares. It's not very much. It's another 7 to 8 cents. It adds 7 to 8 cents a share here. Let's just call it 5 cents. So out of the gate, this will be worth 80 cents a share. This will be worth $1.20. That's where I get the $2, the $2 number, and you're paying 27 cents right now. Is there a chance for a squeeze? Sure. Is there a chance for all that? Yes. But Logic is going to be acquiring additional companies. Same with GoLogic. Both companies. This pen is run out of juice. Both this combined entity could be worth in 12 months. I don't know how to break it out, so I'll just write it up here. In 12 months, I'll write it down here. In 12 months, it could be worth $8 a share because of the acquisitions they're making. This is much more speculative a target than this plus this. This is happening within 2 months. So you're paying 27 cents a share, and you're picking up two pieces that I think have a lot of value. And this $8 is buttressed by the fact that the strategic plan for Logic is to exit the year with $100 million in revenue run rate. Right now their run rate is $45 million combined. So this is really achievable. And this would be 8 times revenue if the shares stay where they are. So is that in this fintech area, this high-tech area, artificial intelligence area, is 8 times revenue the proper metric? I understand it's on the low end of the metric, but who knows what the market will be like in a year. So that's my logic. And I just felt myself swallow again, Grace. I'm sorry. Let me have some coffee. Look what they've done to my song, MMAT, look what they did to MMAT. They bought 2 companies. I don't know if there's a reason I hope I'm not getting a sore throat. It just might be that I'm talking. Oh, it went from 4 to 23. Well, MMAT did a bad financing. I'm sorry to say. Is that a play, Grace? I'm sorry for being so vocal. Are you talking about the stock? No, it's all right. You told me that. Don't worry. I don't hear myself swallow, but this is right here, so that's what you're hearing. That's great, Grace. I did think MMTLP was a win-win as well, and Crossbones, I don't see MMTLP as being not a win. So I have to admit to you guys that, and I think it's been clear, that the over-the-counter markets are abandoned by Wall Street and by Gary Gensler, the SEC. So shorting is going to go on. And should shorts want to continue to short logic and data logic, it can happen. But I don't what happened with logic, they did a deal, logic did a deal on the Neo exchange in the summer of 2021. Logic did a deal on the Neo exchange the summer of 2001. This is a Canadian exchange. They promised, we don't short up here, this is going to be beautiful. They did it at $3 a share. $3 a share. There were 4 or 5 parties that took the whole offering and they shorted the stock. They were shorts. That's what they did. They destroyed it. And then about a year ago, the company needed money, which is how these criminals operate. The company needed money, and about a year ago, they did a deal with a company called Ionic. And Ionic, I'm trying to remember, the stock was maybe $1.20. I might be way off. Maybe it was 80 cents. But Ionic said, we'll provide money to you. And they got a bunch of warrants. And then Ionic started shorting. Why? Because they said, if it gets down to 25 cents, we get another slug of stock for the risk we take. Well, they started shorting it. They're criminals. And one thing that delayed a lot of the progress at Logic is Brent went to Ionic and settled up with them. He bought back the entirety of the shares that they would have gotten had he let it happen at this 25 or 20 cents. So it cost money. He put up his own capital. Others did too. And they bought out Ionic. But guess what? Ionic has, as one of their strategies, and you can tell me if these people really add value to the world. But if Logic is trading at 27 cents, Ionic can come in and they can short a certain percentage of the volume every day without owning shares. Let's say it's at 27 cents. Short it at 27 cents. They've got computers doing it. And buy it back at 26 cents. They make a penny and they do it every single day. They're hit and run bastards. They do it every single day. They take a penny, 2 pennies, 5 pennies out of this stock every single day. And for some reason it's allowed. And it's like they're geniuses. All they're doing is selling stock that doesn't exist. And then they're buying it cheaper. And they pocket a penny or whatever. And they do it every single day. Now, the one good thing about this situation in Logic is Ionic is now indifferent. They don't care if they do this trading around the price of the stock. They don't care whether it's 27 cents or $2.70. Because they're going to do it all day long against whichever price, because they have computers in and out trading out against it. So Ionic's shorting is just intraday stealing. It's not driving the stock down. against a toxic note. So if the stock goes up, they'll still be doing it every day, but it can be at higher prices. Now, there were a lot of people angry at Brent who wanted to take it out on them, and maybe they're selling the stock they have in Logic. I don't know, but they can only sell it once. So anyway, that's Logic. That's Logic. Why was 150 a big buy for GTI the other day? GTII has been in negotiations to buy Trento Mines, or a percentage of it, for almost 2 years. Those negotiations are pretty quiet on GTII's side, whilst Trento Mines gets funded. Trento Mines needed $350 million to be raised in the form of a bond offering or syndication. And that process has taken a long time. I think that's been discussed in the open, in the press releases and on Twitter. There were rumors last August that $350 million bond deal got completed in August. There were rumors in September that it got completed. There were rumors toward the end of the year last year that $350 million bond syndication was completed. And I have continued to hear rumors this year that the $350 million bond syndication is completed. It was my opinion 2 or 3 weeks ago at $1.50 that the rumblings I was hearing was that bond syndication was finished. And even more than that the money was ready to flow like wine, like that Dixie Chickens song. I don't remember when that was, 2 or 3, 4 weeks ago. I know that I believed enough of what I heard to think that maybe finally this was the time. Well, I heard that it happened August, 10 months ago as well. So I'm not sure that the information or the indications I get are necessarily accurate. But had it been accurate, I think there could have been a press release on the Trento mine deal that next week or the following week or the week after that. It is my opinion the Trento mining deal is rare earths and other minerals in Chile. In Mexico, apparently, is where the lithium mine is. I get confused with the numbers because of another project I'm involved with, but I believe it's $30 billion worth of reserves in the Trento mine. It might be more than that. I have no idea what negotiation between GTII and the Trento mine for the number of shares that might be issued. I have no idea. But this has been going on for over 2 years. There's a guy named Sean Weintraub, which you've seen the press releases. There was We Super Green, which is in press releases. There was, it's still on GTII's active projects list on their website. And there was a press release indicating that it was going to be, I think, 40% of the company would go into Sean Weintraub's, for lack of a better word, LLC, and then that GTII would be acquiring that. Over time, I understand that this acquisition could be 100% of the combined mines, and more than that. It's in the press releases. It is the intention of the Chilean mines to be in production by the end of this year. Now, since things have taken a little while, I would assume that that production would actually move back into the middle of 2024. But you've got a mine that will visibly start producing, let's say, within 18 months, with 30 billion, maybe more, of reserves and assets in the ground. And if I don't know what number of shares would be issued by GTII, but just use a low number so that I'm not doing any negotiating. Let's just present value 30 billion. Let's present value it, take into account costs, call it 20 billion. Let's cut that. Let's cut that in half. Call it 10 billion in value, 10 billion in value if this acquisition goes through. And let's just say they issue 100 million shares for 10 billion in value. 100 million shares. I have no idea. The number of shares doesn't really matter, because what GTII does is it incubates a company. It would give the Trento mine people a publicly traded vehicle, and then in a year or 2 years, as the value is increased, as the records are kept, they could float on their own. It's kind of like a SPAC. It's kind of like a incubator. And then GTII keeps 5, 10, 15%, whatever that deal is. So then the shares are returned to GTII. But if I'm not going to be able to do this, right? I have to get a different. There's something wrong with my phone. I just get a calculator. Calculator.com. All right, so if let me get a different calculator. Screw it. I can't even get a calculator. So on 100 million with 10 billion, if they gave out 100 million shares on 10 billion, cross that off, it'd be $10 a share. $10 a share. And I tried to discount the value very dramatically, and $10 a share out of the gate. Now, who knows? There's so much speculation in what I'm giving you. But if they were to finalize the deal with Trento, number one, Trento needs to get funded by this banking consortium. If that indeed has happened, and then Trento follows up on the negotiations they have had with GTII and are merged with GTII, out of the gate it might be $10 a share, it might be 30, might be 5, but it's more than where it is now, and Kurt Kramer and John Hurry can't drive it down to pennies. So yes, that is the reason why I felt 2 or 3 or 4 weeks ago that $1.50 might be the last excellent chance to buy. Well, what has happened in the meantime? Nothing has happened on Trento Mine since then. Nothing. Whenever it was I told you, nothing's happened. There's been no news announcement. So the shorts continue to sell. Nothing has happened on Alpine. The shorts continue to sell. Nothing has happened on in the public arena. Nothing's happened with West Christian's lawsuit that he has announced. So the shorts continue to sell. Nothing has happened on the 1-800 law firm, which I've already told you I don't think's going through. But in the meantime, that deal, which was supposed to close by the 15th, didn't happen. The shorts continue to sell. Nothing has come through on the FBI going after the thugs that decayed the trade at Westpac. The shorts continue to sell. The company distributed a 10% stock dividend, which I thought had the ability to make the price go up. Nothing's really happened yet on that. But that takes a little time to bite. But that actually has happened, and that still is out there. But the shorts have continued to sell. And is it ever going to end? I don't know. It doesn't have to, does it? But I think it will. If short number 1 sells 100,000 shares at $1.50, I'm making these numbers up, they have $150,000 in their account as a free credit balance. They can't take it out. But they sold 100,000 shares of GTI that don't exist. They can't take this money out. It's just sitting there. They get you worried. The company has to do everything correctly. There's no news on the Trento mine. There's no news, and then it looks like to me, my opinion only, that the 1-800 law deal is probably not going to go through. Nothing comes out of West Christian. Nothing comes out of Alpine. Nothing comes out of the FBI. The next short number 2, says, you know what? I like this setup. If you guarantee to me, short number 1, if you guarantee to me, I'll help you out. So I'm going to sell 100,000 shares at $125. I'm going to bring in $125,000 to my LLC. So LLC number 2 is now naked short 100,000 shares at $125, and he brought in 125,000. But guess what? Illegal as all get out. When they go down to Alpine, they spoof, they communicate, and they cross. It's all illegal. This 100,000 that he sold short, he buys it in a cross while they're spoofing you, while they're manipulating prices, while they have all these different market makers. They cross 100,000 at 125. So he's short at 125. This guy has closed his position at 125. And the money's there. So he made $25,000 profit. He made $25,000 profit. Criminal number one made $25,000 profit. But they're in collusion. Game's not up yet. They communicate with each other. Game's not up. They're trusting each other. They're trusting each other. This guy is still naked. This guy still has all the risk in the world. So they call up criminal number 3 that's cooperating with them. And criminal number 3 sells 100,000 shares at $1. And he brings in $100,000. They spoof, they communicate, they scare you, they do some fake trading. They have a large fake sell order that never gets entered, and then they cross this. They cross here. 3 and 2 cross 100,000 shares at $1. Well, guess what? The money's there. He pays 100,000. He makes a profit of 25 grand. So for all their work, and I'm being really simplistic, these 3 criminals, they made 25 grand on this position. They made 25 grand on this position. But guess what? This guy's still naked over here. This has a risk of going to $10. So what do? They call all of the boo birds up, all of the negativos, all of the liars up, and they start hitting on Twitter. They start going on, oh, the company's not worth anything. Why? To make everyone paralyzed. So this stock is naked at $1, and now they're driving it down to 89 cents. They're driving it down to 91. They're driving it down to 92. Most of the volume is fake. They're having a hard time closing out 100,000 shares. But they're working it. They're working it. They're working it. And let's just say, for the sake of this example, they're able to cross this with number 4 LLC at 95 cents. They make $5,000. So as a group, they're up 55 grand. Well, criminal number 4 is now short 100,000 shares at 95 cents. So he's down here trying to get it done at 89, 90, 91. At some point, they're going to lose. In order to do this, they need criminal number 5. But at some point, they're going to lose down here. And at some point, they give up. And they cover. Maybe they cover at 97. Maybe they cover at 98. $1.10. Let's just say, for the sake of the argument, they have to give up here, and they're able to get out of this 97 with a $15,000 loss. And they covered it. They're all flat. So they made 25 plus 25 plus 5, that's 55. But at the end of the day, they had a $15,000 loss on their last stab. So, yeah, they lost on the last bit. But guess what? There were 4 criminals working it. They made $40,000. They each get $10K. And all they have to do is sit at a computer, cheat by going through fake market makers, go through Crooked Alpine, and sell stock that doesn't exist, while you're driving trucks, getting up early to take your kids to school. They're at their computers selling. And they each made $10K. That's why this happens. It's not because of the value of the stock. It's not because you're doing something wrong. They're just stripping money every day. These are the opportunistic shorts. These are the opportunistic shorts in GTII. And while there's fear and greed and Gensler's looking other way, that's pretty good money they're making. It's better money than dancing nude at a laptop place or showing your booty on Fans Only. These guys can make as much money as a hot chick just by cheating. Well, the Kramers, they weren't doing that. That's not what they were doing with GTII. The Kramers had a toxic note for 60, what I remember is 63,000. I could be wrong. 63,000, and I think the face value was something like 72,000 face. And when the 63 was funded, they took off $3,000 for expenses. So they gave Reichman 60 grand. They gave Reichman 60 grand. Now, they had started selling the stock already. They had already started selling the stock because they're criminals. They didn't raise any money. They just sold his stock in the open market. So there was 60 grand. Now what Reichman did is he had in February, this was November of 2020, Reichman had to, by Kurt Kramer's own document, Reichman had to pay this back at par. He had to pay a 25% penalty. And I can't do the arithmetic, but that's about 14. Let's just call it 18 grand. So Reichman paid back 90,000, rough numbers, 90,000 on a $60,000 advance. 90 days later, he paid it off in full. Now, what the Kramers did, and I'm not gonna remember the exact deal here, but what Kurt Kramer did is he got Reichman to sign an agreement that said, Reichman said, "I agree, Kurt Kramer, you are not acting like an unregistered securities dealer. I agree, Kurt Kramer, you're not doing anything wrong." Kurt Kramer agreed with a big smile, "We're going to be your funding partner. We're going to help you be a successful company." To give, I forget the number, $6 million, $3 million, $10 million, doesn't matter, dollars over the next few years. But they do it in tranches. So this first tranche was $60,000. And then there's going to be additional tranches. So I'm going to make this up because I can't remember it. But I do kind of remember this number. So what part of the document is that GTII has to put 50,000 shares. Kramer gets warrants. He gets all this. But they have to put 50,000 shares free to trade at Kurt Kramer's prime broker or transfer agent, which we then found out is Alpine. Now, I think these are held actually at the transfer agent. I don't know if it's Alpine's or, Kurt's or GTI's transfer agent. But there have to be 50,000 shares available, 50 million shares available, so that when Kurt Kramer does this $60,000 funding and he does the next tranche, automatically, as soon as the money goes, by contract, a percentage of those shares are transferred to Alpine to cover the naked short position that Kurt Kramer illegally creates. He sells unregistered securities. Now, what's that formula? The formula is something like this. The lowest price, I've seen it for 1 day, but let's say it's 5 days average. The lowest price of GTII for 5 days, the lowest 5 days average price for the last 20 days when they submit the 60 grand in. So and that lowest 5 day prices might be the opening price, closing price. It might be an average during the day. Whatever works out to Kurt Kramer's advantage. On top of the lowest price of GTII stock for 5 days, he may say minus 40%. So, do you see what Kurt Kramer has done? Kurt Kramer sets it up so if the stock, I don't remember where it was trading, if the stock was 10 cents, he starts selling it, and he gets it down so the lowest price for 5 days might be 5.5 cents. So he's already driven Reichman's stock down by almost half. And then when he gets this price, he gets a discount off of it. So he only has to pay Reichman 60% of that to get the shares that are trading for 55 cents. He's already sold it from 10 cents down. So he's paying whatever that is. He's paying 3 cents a share to GTII for shares that are already sitting at a transfer agent, 50 million to my memory, free to trade. He pays 3 cents. He started at 10 cents. That's for the first tranche. Well, the same rules apply for the next tranche. So the next 30 days, 45 days go by, and he drives the stock from 3.5 cents down to 2 cents. He gets a 40% discount off of that, so he pays a penny a share to fund GTII. He gets newly issued shares from GTII at a penny. Well, he sold it from 3.5 in this tranche downward. So his average price might be 3 cents. He's buying it at 0.012. He'll go into court and say, we're taking all the risk, and the judge won't understand. Won't understand. But by formula, he's guaranteed that by Kramer criming, that he can drive the price down, and on top of that, he gets a substantial discount to his crimed price. And the shares are already sitting at the transfer agent free to trade. As soon as he wires the next $60,000, he gets this discounted price to cover the shares that he created out of thin air at higher prices as an unregistered securities dealer, which is illegal. And he's got it down to a penny. All right, what happens the next month? Next month he starts at a penny. He drives it down to 0.001. And he gets a discount off of that. This is huge percentage gains, by the way. Huge percentage gains. But at 0.0001, this is called seller boxed. Seller boxed. This becomes the ask, and there's no bid. You remember that medical stock Lou told you about? Same thing. No bid. And I bet Lou got paid to tell you about that stock. I bought some. I still have it. Because this is huge profits for the criminals. I don't know if he did. That's speculation on my part. But this was such a bad recommendation. He either didn't know what he was doing. But anyway, he gets it down to 0.0001. And he gets a discount to that. And so on and so on and so on. I show you all of this because the fact is GTII entered into the contract, I think, in November of 2020, I think. My brain. But they entered it into November. Kramer starts selling as soon as he's got the fish on the hook. He starts selling in August, in September, in October. They transfer the first tranche in November. Well, remember, he's already sold the stock from 10 cents down to 5 cents. This pen isn't working now either. He's already sold it down to 5 cents, and he gives that money. And then he takes it from 5 cents down to 2 cents, and he gives that money. And he gets discounted shares with what's called a toxic conversion formula. Poisonous. Okay. I know that's a lot of explaining, and it probably bored you to tears. But in November, they issued the note. Reiki bought it back in February. Canceled the note. They started selling before November. As soon as they had them, they started selling. Probably August, September. They do the note in November. Reiki redeems it. According to the terms that Kurt Kramer's attorney, Nadich, put in there, they redeem it in February. What happens? The note's paid off. The note's paid off. Remember those 50 million shares at the transfer agent? 50 million shares at the transfer agent, free to trade? They're canceled. They're not actually canceled. They're returned Those 50 million shares are returned to the treasury of GTII. Now, this guy here, nobody does this with him. This guy faced a choice. There were between 40 and 60 million shares at that time, February. That is my understanding that Kurt Kramer had sold from August maybe September through February. He had sold 40 to 60 million. But here's the thing. I have no idea what the average price was, but I bet it was as low as the average price was as low as a penny. So unlike all the other stocks you've been in, these guys started shorting the stock on the way up. So right now it's $1, and maybe he's done 350 million, but I doubt he's gotten an average price of $1 by now. Now, he said that he made a killing, because they can take money out of these accounts in the methods that I showed you. But ignore all that. You are in a stock that has a large naked short position. Kurt Kramer at that time had a choice. Just buy it back, because he's killing other companies. He could buy his approximately 50 million shares short back, take the losses, and continue killing other companies. But instead, what he decided to do was to continue to short. Well, that was February of 2021. And now it's February of 2023. So we started down 50 million. And on 24 months, if you assume 10 million a month, this past month, let me just show you what he did this past month. This isn't a month. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. This is only 17 days. 17 days of shorting. And it adds up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, roughly. 7 million in 17 days. So I'm just going to be simplistic, because some months it's a lot more than what he's done now. I'm just going to say 10 million a month that he has shorted since then. That's 240 million. Plus 50 million. 290 million. 290 million shares short. One short, who out of his cockiness and hubris and stupidity didn't cover, he just kept selling. He no longer had the protection of that toxic convertible note. Remember when I started this, I was showing you if they work in a pack, they can cover for each other? Well, his cover is the shares at the transfer agent covered by the toxic convertible note. Well, the lawyer, Nadich, signs some paperwork with the prime broker. In this case, the prime broker is crooked as well. Probably didn't take that letter away once the note had gotten bought back. So over the last 2 years, that's where I get my 300 million. Now I've tracked it. I actually think this number is closer to 350 million right now. That is where Kurt Kramer. First he got Alpine in trouble, and now he's going to take down the whole system. And he's sitting up in New York saying he made a lot of money in GTII. He's proud of himself. His wife is proud of him. His children are proud of him. His brother's proud of him. I'm sure his mother and father are proud of him. But he's going to take down the system with this. Here's a company he destroyed. And Mark Bazile represented this company. And I'm not going to find the news story. And it upset me quite a bit because what Kurt Kramer did was settle with HPIL. And he just gave his warrants back. The stock was in pennies, and now it's at 0.0000. Because after settling amicably, and Mark Belial wrote up the documents, settling amicably, Kurt Kramer could just continue selling and destroy the company. Now, I'm convinced, I'm persuaded, after asking Mark about it twice on space calls, I think it was the CEO that made the decision, not the lawyer, that made the decision to settle amicably. So there, Kurt Kramer killed that stock. Let me show you another one. This is a Kurt Kramer beauty. Here's a Kurt Kramer beauty. GTLL. Similar name. I believe it's very coincidental because L's look like I's. And they could argue, oh, we meant to put an L, not an I. But anyway, look what he did to that one. 0.0002. Kurt Kramer special. 0.0002. These are his clients. He lives in a $5 million home. Every client he signs up, he destroys. And this is what Gary Gensler is protecting? Why do we need these people in the financial markets? This makes honest people in the market look bad. Well, here, let me show you one more. These are just the ones I remember off the top of my head. DBMM. 0.0079. Another Kurt Kramer special. This CEO is fighting. She's good. She's good. And Gary Gensler allows it to keep going. Okay, let me just show you. You feel badly for Kurt Kramer? You know, he's just two brothers trying to make a living outside of New York. Promissory note dated March 1, 2023, issued to 1800 Diagonal Lending, LLC. Principal amount. This is the first time I'm looking at this, by the way. Principal amount, $59,000. Purchase price, $53,000. So the principal is 10% more than that. Anyway, whatever that percentage is, higher than what they received. For value received, GBT Technologies promises to pay 1,800 diagonal of Virginia companies, because New York went after the Kramers. So Kurt Kramer is taking his crime spree down to Virginia. What'd you do today, honey? Oh, I stole more money. So they're going to pay $59,400 to GBT Technologies. First time I'm looking at this. So the principal amount is $59,400, but he only gave $53,000 to the lucky company that he's going to support. Any amount of principal or interest on this note which is not paid when due shall bear an interest rate of 22% per annum. A one-time interest charge of 12% shall be applied on the issuance date to the principal, which is $7,000 off of the $59,400. So immediately he makes a $7,000 profit. But he's not buying a $5 million house on $7,000 interest. Mandatory monthly payments shall be paid in 10 payments in the amount of $6,653. Failure to pay principal and interest, they're going to have acceleration. Okay, conversion rights. At any time following the event of default, the holder, that's Kramer, shall have the right to convert any or all into fully paid and non-assessable shares of common stock. I want to see if there's a formula. There's usually another document that shows the formula. Okay, here, conversion price. See, conversion price. The conversion price shall mean 75% multiplied by the lowest trading price for the common stock during the 10 days prior. During 10 days, the lowest price, one price during the previous 10 trading days. And then he gets a 25% discount over that. So it's just one price, the lowest price for the previous 10 days. This is criminality that Gary Gensler allows. Okay, listen to this. The borrower, that's the company, covenants, in other words, states that during the period the note is outstanding, that the company will reserve from its authorized and unissued common stock a sufficient number of shares free from preemptive rights to provide for the issuance of common stock pursuant to this agreement. The borrower is required at all times to have authorized and reserved 5 times the number of shares that is actually issuable upon the full conversion of the note, based on a conversion price of the note in effect from time to time, initially 1 billion. You see it? 1,330,000,000 20,177,777,000 shares. They're just two brothers outside of New York trying to make a living. 1.3 billion. Well, the CEO signed it. He knew what he was doing. No, the CEOs don't understand what they're doing. Delivery with the DTC, failure to deliver. All right, I'm not going to bore you, but I'm going to show you. GBT Technologies, Santa Monica, California. Mansour Khatib, poor guy. He just ruined his life. Diagonal. Kurt Kramer. Kurt Kramer. Kurt Kramer. He's not in trouble. He's doing it to another company. That's just one of them. Let's just look it up. What good is Gary Gensler's allowing this to happen doing for America? What good? There's the company. 0.0004. 0.0004. Another Kurt Kramer beauty. Destroyed. Destroyed. Oh, the CEO knew what they were doing. Baloney. The CEOs will say, as I sat with a CEO in New York, how would they allow this to happen? Because they think Gary Gensler's an honest man. Gary Gensler isn't an honest man. This is the first time I've looked at this company, so I'm learning it with you. I can't believe, based on the lowest price for the previous 10 days. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. So They signed it, I didn't write it down, in March. Do you see how the stock was up in February and before February here? My opinion, they started talking to Kurt Kramer in November. This is all Kurt Kramer selling down here. This is the money Kurt Kramer supposedly raised. Oh, we got the money. It's here. They took the stock from 2 cents, 0.002 cents down to 0.00007 cents. That's a Kramer beauty. And unfortunately, that's the kind of notes that MULN, MMAT may have signed. It's the kind of notes that definitely CRTD did sign. I don't know what they're doing now. This is the kind of destruction that Gary Gensler allows to happen. Why? Because people think that naked short selling is a strategy that somehow cleanses the market. This CEO is not doing anything wrong. It's Kurt Kramer. It's Kurt Kramer. Why does Kurt Kramer need to exist? Why does Kurt Kramer's ability to strip money out of the market be allowed to happen even one more day? The guy is a criminal. He steals tens of millions of dollars every single year, and maybe hundreds of millions, and often without paying taxes. And Congress and the SEC, Goldman Sachs, John Hurry, they just let it go on and on and on. And as soon as the Attorney General in New York gets him for usury, he comes down to Virginia to continue it. And the core of the issue is FINRA, the OTC markets, and the SEC have abandoned the over-the-counter markets. These poor sons of bitches that try to raise money, they can't raise it. So they turn to these charlatans and crooks that only a mother would love, if she loves him. I doubt his mother knows what a criminal Kurt Kramer is. Everything I say on this video is my opinion. There's nothing like a cigar after a good meal. I think the Trento mine deal going through is a 50% chance. Yes, Vansi. One thing I do when I look, and I haven't done this here, when I look at investing in something, I'm in this now, so I don't do it anymore. But Vansi, if you were to look at GTII right now, I forget, it closed at, I forget, it closed at 95 cents. Something like that. So you look at GTI right now at 95 cents. I'm already in it, so I haven't done it. But I guess it's worth the effort. So one is the Trento mine. And I would give that a 50% odds of success. 50% odds of success, Vansi. So the question is, what is that worth per share? Well, we don't know the variables. We don't know how many shares they're going to issue. We don't know what percentage of the mine they're going to buy. We do know the mine's probably worth $30 billion, 100%. With the Mexican mine, it might be worth $30 to $40 billion. We know that. We know that the present value of that asset in the ground is probably pretty close. It's probably PV10, PV8, I don't know, because the mine's going in production in 12 months, they say. A lot of assumptions here, Vansi. So my point is, you don't, in all likelihood, you may not have to give much of a discount to a mine that has precious metals, rare earth metals, and other items that are going to be in production, in other words, proven pretty soon. But I don't know. If you pick, in my opinion, you could pick $10, $20, $30 a share out of the gate, the value of that Trento mine. It all depends on negotiation. But I don't know, if you pick $5 a share, if it gets done, at a 50% risk, that's $2.50. And then the 1-800 law firm, it was basically revenue of I don't know, if the metric is 2 or 3 times revenue, I don't have enough data, but if you assumed that would be worth out of the gate $1 a share, I give that 0%. in my own reckoning. I give that 0%. So I'd go over here and add 0 for that. I'd add 0 for that. And then down here, you might add other deals, other transactions. Well, I don't know what they are. I don't know what they'd be worth. So I'll give that 0. And then you might put down here the dividend, that the 10% restricted dividend. And you say, well, 10%, you get 1 per every 10 shares. The stock's at 95 cents. 10%, it's restricted. Maybe that's 100% chance of happening because it already happened. And, maybe it's not worth 9 cents a share. But it's 100% chance of happening. And then maybe 5, you've got the West Christian lawsuit and other things. I wouldn't add. I'm not going to add those in. And of course, the biggest one is you've got 350 million shares short. And the question is, will those get bought in? What % odds do you give on that? Well, if you don't want to give it 100%, do you give it 50% odds that it'll be bought in, or 75, or 25, or 0? I'll go with 50%. And then I have to give what's the value of 350 million shares being bought in all at once versus a float maybe of 100 million shares. And I've seen other actions go on. I don't know. I would say anywhere from $35 to $350, but I'm only going to give it 50% odds. So, and you'd have to average that price when you get out. So let's just call it 200, 50% of that. I would add $100 here. So I would say to myself, if I were making a new commitment, Vansi, I'm paying 95%. I think Trento, I've risked it at 50% at a low number. I think that's worth $250 a share. I'm giving 0 for the law firm, 0 for any other acquisitions. I'm giving 9 cents for the dividend. I'm giving 0 for any other corporate actions, lawsuits. But I am saying, in my own mind, I think that this 350 million shares is going to be bought back, but I'm only willing to give it a 50% odds of happening. And I used an average exit price of $200. So 50% of that, I gave myself $100. So this is how I would look at it: 102.59, 102.59 risked. This would be my risked expectation if I bought the stock now at 95 cents. So Vansi, yes, I think Trento has a 40 to 60% chance of happening. But Vansi, I have no crystal ball. And even on 1-800 law firm, I have no crystal ball. It's still, somebody pointed out to me, it's still on their website. So, maybe the odds are better than 0, but I give it 0 odds. And Vansi, if you really want to be negative, see, when you get down and the stock's down, to me, you got to look at it and say, what's the worst that's going to happen? What is the worst that's going to happen? And then say, can I live with that? Well, at 95 cents, what's the worst that's going to happen? One worst thing is it's never going to squeeze. You could just take that right out if you really wanted to. If you take the law firm out, you take out any other deals, and what are you left with? Well, what is the odds of Trento happening? Well, there's 250 plus 9 cents. Maybe that's the target. But I really think, Vansi, that if Trento Mine is done, did I show you the price of what Kramer has done to GTCH, which is a new? Yeah, I can't. But anyway, it's 0.0007. If the Trento mine goes through, he's not going to be able to get GTII back down to pennies a share. And that's his only way out, criminally. To me, his only way out is up. Alpine has a massive position. It wouldn't have been put in black and white otherwise, in my judgment. I think that GTII is going to be bought in. Is it going to happen tomorrow? Is it going to happen in 2 weeks? Is it going to happen in 2 months? I don't know. That's why if you can look at the worst case and say to yourself, self, I don't like it, therefore I'm going to sell. Or self, I really like it, I'm going to buy more. Or self, I wish I had sold, but I'm not going to sell now. I'm just going to ride it out and get on with my life. Well, those are your 3 choices. Dustin Wright. There's no way Trento Mines will get the funding it needs in today's current lending and banking situation. I disagree with that 100%, Dustin Wright. Trento Mines owns rare earth minerals, probably including precious metals. And in a world where dollars are U.S. dollars and all fiat currencies are under pressure, I just don't agree with you at all. I think your analysis is weak. It might be correct, but I just don't agree with it. Thank you, Mr. T. I used to have an economics professor, and he'd always say G. Well, now, G. Well, G. I don't agree with you, Grace. We're not all guilty of the crimes that Kurt Kramer has done, and I just don't agree with you. Ted Williams. Is Sam Bankman fraud released? I have been relieved. This was in Jeff Epstein's house. Dan A., I feel like you were going to bail on the GTII community. Well, thanks for your feelings. Amit, been averaging down since October. That's great. To 128, that's great. It's awesome. All right, so I'm going to go till 7 o'clock because I don't know that that hurts, lucky boy. I don't know if I'm accomplishing anything. But hey, Perry, that is great, Amit. It is great. And I'm really happy to the people that got their dividends in HNRC today. That's awesome. It shows that the system actually works. I'd like to do a barbecue, but I'm not planning on it, Doug. I do have to next week. I have to walk the halls with of the Senate with Ham. Should I get out of TD Ameritrade? Nice rack. Should I get out of TD Ameritrade? I don't think so. You have to. Well, I think that, Grace, I think we're all sinners. Don't get me wrong. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think, I just don't think we're guilty of the crimes that Kurt Kramer is. I'll risk getting a copyright. Wow. Wow. There's a lot of that. There it is. Yes, Ken, anything can happen. I'm being too negative? I'm sorry, Dan. And I've been
this way before,
and I'm sure to be this way again. For I've been
refused, and I've been I've seen
your eyes before.
and I'm sure to see your eyes again.
So, Dan, I'm sorry if I'm being negative. I think I'm not trying to be negative, but I think this has been a long period. There's times when I answer the same question over and over again, and I'm not always good at that. And there are some things that I see in a negative light. So I say some of that. But just so you're clear, I think that I agree with what someone just said. I think what the shorts are doing, I tried to show you. There's a reason for these opportunistic shorts to keep doing this every day, because they're able to take money when they cooperate with each other, which is illegal. They're able to take money out of the system. They don't do this for a mutual fund. They don't do it for investors. They do it for their own greed. There's no reason to allow it to happen, but it does happen. And Wall Street controls the message. They come up with this name, naked short selling, so that everyone goes, oh, that's a strategy. And there's still, just like racism, still Hillary still thinks there's the massive amount of white supremacy that happened back in the 50s and 60s out there. I think you'll find in the United States there's a real shortage of white supremacists. But there's also a real shortage of CEOs taking advantage of their shareholders in the over-the-counter markets. They still are regulating for what happened in the 70s. And they haven't adjusted it for the reality that criminals like Kurt Kramer, Jeff Easton, and others just destroy the over-the-counter markets. So I don't know, Dan. I don't mean to be negative. It just is wearing. And there are times that I despair that nothing ever is going to be done. But I want to be clear. In my judgment, there's 350 million shares of counterfeit, naked GTIIs sitting around Wall Street. And what? Your number's better? That needs to be covered. And when Alpine goes down, which I think it inevitably will it be next week? I'll be negative. I don't think so. I think it'll take time. But it could be next week. But when Alpine goes down, that could be the buy-ins. When the FBI arrests somebody, that could be the buy-ins. When West Christian finds something out, that could be the buy-ins. If the Trento mine comes through, which I'd have to say it's a flip of the coin, that could cause the buy-ins. And you know one thing with GTII, the company is doing everything it can to win this fight. That could cause the buy-ins. So I'm not trying to be negative, Dan. I'm just... I don't know. If you've enjoyed the last few months, the last 3 months, good on you. I haven't totally enjoyed it. And I'm doing something now that I did in my 20s. And what's the purpose here? I get a lot of emotional crap back that, frankly, I don't always deal with that well. And so you're telling me I'm being negative. All right, I'm being negative. I turned on the machine today, and I wish the stock were up. But as I said to you before, if this squeezes GTII and it goes into hundreds of dollars, That squeeze portion is going to happen over the course of 2 or 3 or 4 days. The squeeze could take 3 or 4 weeks, but the part that's just so dramatic could be over within a week. So while we wait for that week, 2.5 years goes by. So of course there's going to be a lot of periods of doubt and lots of periods of difficulty and periods where the criminals look like they're winning. And particularly when Gary Gensler greases the slide for them. But no, Dan, I'm not trying to be negative. I don't think the 1-800 deal is going to get done. I do think there's a 50-50 chance the Trento mine deal gets done. I 100% believe that Wes Christian will see his lawsuit through as long as he's paid, and he will not settle with the Kramers. 100%. I do believe the FBI will get the criminals who stiffed Westpac. When, I don't know. But I think they will get that done. 100%. I think GTII will acquire other companies because that's their business. 100%. I think GTII has enough cash in its hands that it will not take a toxic convertible note deal from Kurt Kramer or anyone else. 100%. I think there's 19 million shares short to buy in that's on a short fuse that will not be carried very much longer out of Switzerland. 100%. I think 19 million shares will be bought in. 100%. I think there's over 300 million shares with a large portion of it sitting at Alpine that will be bought in. 100%. So if I don't sound optimistic or upbeat, Dan, I'm sorry, but that's where I come down on it. That's nice. Moody Waters, what is for you cannot be not for you. That's very nice. Oh, that's very nice, JL Custom. That's awfully nice, JL. Thank you very much. And Moody. Yeah, I like this community a lot, except every now and then. Yeah, I'm going to go visit the Senate Wednesday, I think. And Mike, if you're around, come on down. I think Father Guido Sarducci is going to come down. And oh, that's nice, Moody. It's awfully nice. Thank you, Grace. Phil, I know. Even I can see it. All right. Well. Oh, who's this? Let's see. There's Father Guido Sarducci. You're flying in Tuesday evening. All right. Well, we'll hopefully, unless you've got plans, maybe I'll see you. Wolfie, we'll see you. And oh, Danny, I'm not mad at you. I'm just I've gone through the last 2 or 3 weeks realizing the stock was headed down, and I shared that with you. And even now, it's at any point in time it can go down. There's no guarantee it doesn't. But I think at this point the likelihood is to snap back up Yeah, Lou, of course. I thought I said that to him, but yeah, Lou. Absolutely, Lou. Father Sarducci. It's not glamorous, you guys. It's not glamorous going around to these offices. In fact, it can get quite it can get quite one could ask, is this what my life has been reduced to? So, but for everybody that comes and helps, and everyone that wants to help, and everyone that even thinks of everyone as they're helping, it's a great deal. And these guys over at MMTLP, Anna's doing it, and I'm trying to remember the other gentleman's name. They're doing these packets that they're sending out to Congress. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Incredible. And Anna walked through I went that day too, and Syntex, and there were about 8 other people, Patrick, Matt, and Mark, but his name might be Mike, and Sada Aman, and oh gosh, I'm trying to remember his code name. Anyway, there was a gentleman there, and right now his code name is escaping my brain, and I don't want to give his initials because it might not be something he wants me to do. I'll think of his code name in a second. There was somebody named Rowena. There's a lot of people that came down to help on that first trip, but the one that, well, Syntax went around without even eating lunch. She was amazing. But Anna was really incredible. Her determination, her message, and her success. She was really effective. She was really, really effective. And those are the people that are making this all possible. Ham goes like an Energizer bunny. He just doesn't quit. So, and the whole GTI Army, Tommy and the people working with the company, those are all the people doing all the hard work. But I wish I could have called the trading a little bit better for you on it. But at this point, trading in retrospect is crystal clear. But at this point, at any day, this stock could open up 5, 9, 13, and it's on its way. What I think Ham's running up against, and I think what I'm running up against, is just the realization of how much Wall Street has changed since I was a much younger person. You could never get away with what Kurt Kramer's doing, ever. You'd be in jail. You'd be in prison, one of those country club prisons, but you would be out of the business. No way would you get away with this. But now it's all systematized. Partly it's the decimalization of trading. It's the Bill Clinton signature. It's the the FDIC protecting the big brokerage firms, so they sent the risk out. It's getting rid of the uptick rule. It's turning the over-the-counter markets into a vast wasteland. It's like the killing fields. And it's a real shame. But what I saw, what I see in MMTLP and in all of these other communities on the space calls, the one that Drew Diligence runs, ones that Busy Brands runs, the ones that Anna and Dirty Mayo and others run, and all the brain power and all the learning that's gone on and the commitment, it really renews faith in what's going to happen. I mean, it's got to be at least 100, 200, 300,000 people have been, become PhDs of this. And they're never going back. You guys are never going back. And it's all there. It's not hard. That's what drives me crazy. This stuff isn't hard to understand. I mean, literally an intern walking into the SEC could understand this stuff. It's intentionally done. And if you're telling me computers can't track real stock certificates, I'm telling you, you either don't know what modern computers can do, or you're lying to me. I told him one time I landed in London. I guess I slept that night. The next morning I took the train to Paris, but I might have gone straight on through. I can't remember. I was tired when I got to Paris, and I used my card to get some francs or whatever they have, euros, out, to have a cup of coffee to wake up and a little eclair or something. And I got a phone call in, 20 minutes. This is Morgan Stanley. I'm calling from is this? Yes. Did you just buy 6 trips to Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia for 12 grand? Did you just buy 50 pairs of shoes? Did you just buy? I said, no, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. Well, it shows here you just spent $20,000 in your account, and we want to make sure No, I didn't do any of it. Well, they have computers to track that down instantly. You don't think they have computers to track certificates? Of course they do. This is all done because it makes money for lazy people on Wall Street. And it's not sustainable. So my point is that all these space calls, the honesty, integrity of everyone from Crayon Eater to Dirty Mayo to Big JR to other names, Anna and just so many names, Pedro and just so many names I can't think. This gives hope that we're going to get through this. And the fact is the financial system can't take any more of this. The reason it went on so long, I think, is because of the easy money. And the easy money's over with. And the banks are just trying to get out of this, with each of them having their fortune. That's all that's going on. Goldman is not a U.S. bank. Merrill Lynch is not a U.S. bank. Morgan Stanley is not a U.S. bank. They're international banks. And their executives are not Americans. They may be American citizens, but they want to get their money out and be able to go to New Zealand, Italy, anywhere. They just want their wealth out of the system before it goes down. I'd like to see you guys make some money before the system goes down. That's what I'd like. And unfortunately, you have a powerful, evil force called Kurt Kramer, Seth Kramer, John Hurry, These people actually think, because they're lawyers, Nadich and the rest, write up the documents that say hey, it's okay. And even Gary Gensler, the chairman of the SEC before Congress, when he was asked, he went in and he said, "This is my opinion. Everything I say is my opinion." Someone asked him, "Wait a minute. You're the chairman of the SEC. Aren't you speaking for the SEC?" Weasel, grifter Gensler said, No. Just my opinion. Just my opinion. He's always doing this. Always doing this. Moving and moving. Don't listen to my words. Watch my hands. Don't hear what I'm saying. Watch my hands. This is grifter Gensler. And then they asked him, well, what kind of rules are you going to enforce? They were talking about, I think, cryptocurrency, because he's done such a great job in the securities markets. He wants to add to his portfolio by taking on cryptocurrency. No, he wants to protect Goldman Sachs because it's a threat to Goldman Sachs. But they asked him, well, what are you going to regulate? How are you going to regulate? Well, I'll just regulate what the courts allow us to do. That's a Kurt Kramer answer. Is he a mouse or a man? Well, Brian Moss, I may have answered it, but it's a fair question. Sorry if you've already answered this, but what happens when FINRA terminates Alpine's registration? Will their positions be liquidated? The shortest and quickest answer is yes, but it's not 100% accurate. What will happen, Brian, is they only have apparently a fraction of the clients they used to have, but what will happen is the clients will be given X amount of time to get their accounts out of Alpine. So you will see accounts, if there are any in good standing, transfer away. You will see some of the short positions might transfer away. For example, if it's a small position in one of these criminals' portfolios, they want to take that away just to keep all of their other trading going, because there's all this cross collateralization. You might see some of that. But then the rest of it, they're probably going to say to each account, if you don't transfer your funds or transfer your stocks, we're going to send you a check. We're going to liquidate your shares and send you a check. And if you're short, we're going to buy in your shares and send you a bill. I know, Father Guido Sarducci. So anyway, Brian, that's my answer. Is they will be liquidated, but it'll be, well, P-Man, rough day in price for GoLogic maybe. Let me look where it closed. Yeah, 165. That stock has been as high as 8 this year and has been as low as $1.30. Actually, it says in 52 weeks it's been as high as $7. You know, when you invest in these stocks, they're going to fluctuate. They're going to be under short attacks. And no one cares about that. But you study the fundamentals as much as you can. Some people don't follow that at all. And then you know the story. The story gives you confidence to ride out the downturns. Or add. But here is on May 18th, GoLogic a provider of fintech and consumer data analytics, announced that the company has advanced to late-stage discussions and has signed a non-binding letter of intent with a NASDAQ-listed company for a planned business acquisition. NASDAQ company. So why would a publicly traded company merge into a publicly traded company? Doesn't make sense. Well, apparently the company that they're going to merge into wants to go private, so they're taking advantage of that. It'll be NASDAQ listed, and then they got Peter Boards to join. Oh, that's Logic, but I'll put it up anyway. Logic has Peter Boards joining the board of directors. These companies are going to continue to work closely. That's a great addition. I like this summary. This is sponsored by Emerging Markets Consulting. Now, the boo birds will say, "Hey, they paid. That's not unpaid research." Well, there is no research anymore. You have to pay for it. So last month we reported that GoLogic was quote unquote unstoppable after several successful acquisitions. GoLogic is still making major business moves. So here, this is a month ago. Here is an update. And that's why I want to read it, because it lists them all. GoLogic recently entered into a non-binding letter of intent to acquire 100% of Australian-based Shape Super Australia, a prominent manager and administrator of self-managed funds. Should this be successful, the company's subsidiary Gen 5 Financial Group will be expanded, enabling its accountants and advisors to take advantage of the specialist management and administration services offered by Shape. Additionally, if successful, the acquisition will provide GoLogic with a homogeneous approach to services offered. Expected to close in the second quarter of next quarter. GoLogic announced earlier this month the company had entered into a non-binding letter of intent to acquire 100% of Sydney-based Applied Positive Psychology Learning Institute. This will close in the second quarter as well. They appointed Michael Savage to the new position of Chief Marketing Officer. Mr. Savage is an industry veteran with more than 24 years experience in everything related and M&As. All right, so let me go. There's one other news story that I wanted to read. That didn't have it, so let me find out if it's here. There it is. This one. GoLogic to acquire boutique investment manager Bateau Asset Management. Southeast Asian fund market. It's like those French have a different word for everything. GoLogic to acquire institutional investment advisory firm CPG Research Advisory. So anyway, what's happening with GoLogic is they are acquiring they're getting the pick of this. Same with logic, the pick of the litter in acquiring growing companies which haven't been able to get into the IPO market. GoLogic, based on the first news story I just read to you, is going to merge into a NASDAQ publicly listed company. Well, that doesn't on the face of it make a lot of sense because GoLogic already is trading as a public company. So what does it probably mean? It probably means that GoLogic is going to merge its fintech business into this new NASDAQ company, or its asset management business. One or the other. My guess is it'll be the fintech business. Then the asset management business will be left under the auspices of the GoLogic name. Now, GoLogic, is, like I just said, is seeing tremendous deal flow. And I think what they will do with that, for lack of a better word, shell, but the shell will have an operating business inside of it, is acquire a large private company. So I think GoLogic is going to give you a distribution that's going to be worth a lot of revenue into this new NASDAQ company, and it's going to give you a second company that it hasn't been defined yet, which you will have a percentage of whatever large company they buy. And it may cause a short squeeze. But their plan is very similar to Logic. They want to leave this year with over $100 million in annual revenue run rate. And I've heard projections that the stock could be worth between $15 and as high as $30 a share. So let's just say $20 a share within 12 months. So that's GoLogic. In the meantime, the criminals have to crime. As you know, there's 1,100 shares outstanding in the float of GoLogic right now. The shorts sold a bunch of stock, 300, apparently almost 400,000 shares, non-existent, illegally, in anticipation of the lockup period on shares like the ones I own, because I got it as a distribution from Logic 2 Decembers ago. Something like 20 million shares coming available to sell. Well, Brent took that request back. Those shares aren't going to be free to trade, although they might be free to trade into this NASDAQ public company. Who knows? I don't know. I didn't think of that. But he took that back. So there's 1.1 million shares of GoLogic in the float. There's 900 million closely held, so that's about 200,000, maybe less, shares that are effectively trading out there. And then you have 350 to 400,000 shares that are naked short. You could have a squeeze go on there. We'll see. But what do the criminals do? They just keep selling and selling and selling and selling. And so we look at it and we go, oh, the company is bad. Oh, the news is bad. Oh, and it's a terrible thing. It's not your fault. Your reaction is it all makes sense. But it's just the over-the-counter markets are under an onslaught from criminals, systemized criminality. It's much easier to steal this money than to sell drugs. And Gary Gensler just doesn't care. Well, that's a good point. Ken makes a good point. Ken Unek. It's easy to become short-tempered when every position you start is beaten into the ground. The sun will eventually shine in your back door. It has to happen. Murphy's Law also applies to shorts. It's very good. P-Man, that's great to average down. I think that's tremendous. I think it's going to be okay. I know I saw that, Mr. T. Chicago exchanges. It's just amazing. How likely do I think the Kramers are like to find another broker to take their position? I think they have other brokers. Prime brokers, you mean. I think there's one up in Connecticut called Visionaire. They very easily could be trading there. There's that blonde guy that has one. I can't remember. He went to Arizona State. I can't remember his firm. So I think they will be able to move. But the question is, Wolfie, will they be able to move this position? No way. No way. They could put money back up. They could bring money in, cover the margin call or whatever the deficiency is, and move it out. But they're not going to do that. Their money's in Tel Aviv or Caracas or I don't know the capital of some of these other countries. Their money's gone. All right, so I think everything's slowed down. 2 minutes, I'm going to hang up. Go walk my dog. And I'm sorry I was short-tempered. And that's a good point, Lou. It might be that Gary Gensler doesn't want to bring down the economy for Biden, but I think it might be even simpler. They just want to loot as long as they can, and to keep the edifice of these cards up while they loot. That's their goal, I think. I think the banks are really bad. I really wonder what the utility is of having 4 super banks, mega banks. I don't think it helps you. And then you have these big concentrated pools of money like BlackRock, and all BlackRock did was go on a buying spree of every real estate door, they call them doors, around the country. And so it made houses price go up and it made rents go up. How does that help you? How does this concentration of wealth into these greedy oligarchs help you? We're turning our country into a third world nation. And it's not going to help. But anyway. Yeah, Mr. T. Very nice, Mr. T. Is that my prediction? Pain? Anyway, all right. I'm looking. Ah, it's 7:30. Yeah, I think they'll come to their just desserts. So anyway, I'll say my good night and wish everyone peace, love, and happiness. I know, Dana, isn't that something? I remember Match Game. My favorite was Charles Nelson Riley. But, God, they're all dead? Yeah, Tina Turner. Yeah, a lot of dying. A lot of dying. So let's enjoy the time we have left. The price of fuel increases, everything goes up. Well, that's why I think the mine, if we get it done, will be a nice place for this GTII to be. But anyway. All right, everyone. I'm going to go walk my dog. And Richard Dawson was good, too. And even Gene, whatever his name was okay. Brett married to somebody. She could be annoying and good. And then they sometimes had good guest hosts. It was a cornball game show, but it was I can see why you were watching it the other night, because it's probably just taking your mind off of things. I used to watch this show in London, Blue Team and Red Team. What was that called? Bargain Hunt. Totally senseless show, but I enjoyed it. Jack Klugman's wife. Yep, that's it, man. Wow. We know a lot of useless information, Dan. All right, everybody. So, I don't know. And when it turns around and everything goes and it's working, we won't need these calls anymore. So, okay, everybody. I'm gonna go walk the best boy in the whole world, and then I don't know what I'm gonna do. But anyway, thank you for joining in. I almost didn't do it today, but I did it because I heard the stock was down, actually green on the day, so that's a positive. I hope everyone enjoys their long weekend, and try not to worry too much. Everything's going to come out okay. So, ciao to everybody, and we'll catch you Tuesday, I guess. So, see you later.